Hello. Sounds good, right? That's something I'm gonna have to get used to. Woo! Okay, apparently that wasn't much of anything. Anyways, how's everybody doing? Sorry, I was a few minutes late. I'm gonna show you guys why. My first overlay attempt, I'm using Clip Studio now on my PC instead of on my little Mac laptop. And this was the first attempt at an overlay. Look at how small. Look at how small. So I'm like, okay. It ain't gotta be that small now. Hold on, let me get my alerts up. There we go. $2 from Russell. Why did I do this before Dual Destinies? That's a fair question. So I had a poll. I put a poll up. The reason I was considering doing this before doing Dual Destinies was because I was very excited to play this as a new release, but I also wanted to play Investigations 2, which was already lined up. We're kind of getting into. So I asked everyone, like, what do you think? And so the compromise was do Investigations 2, but then do Chronicles right afterwards, because it's out of, you know. Hey, Maxim. Welcome back to the student body. 8 strong months. Can't be here long because my internet sucks at Trep's sucks. I saw that you have like 700 megabytes. That's not a lot. That is not a lot. I understand. Okay, so quick rundown here. Hello to all those that are able to join us live for the first time. Welcome. Hope to see you guys a lot more. I know there's probably a bunch of you, so I'll get to know everybody, obviously, as time goes on. Welcome to everybody that has been around for a while and been to the live streams. Now, just quick rundown on me for those that might not have ever caught this before. My name's Twain. I am a licensed attorney in the state of Wisconsin in the United States. The reason I can do this the way that I do it is because I own my own firm with one other person. So we kind of make our own schedules, and I had about a 6-year career in litigation. And then around the start of 2020, I switched to transactional, like entirely transactional. My litigation experience was family law, mostly. Did some criminal law, but wasn't, like, super into it. I usually only did that as favors. But I know that's something, I know criminal law, that's something that we all had to learn as, like, a base class in school. So, that's my spiel. As a transactional attorney, my schedule's kind of up to me. The only time I really need to, like, be certain places is if I have a meeting with somebody and they have to meet because, you know, people want to meet during normal business hours. But in terms of when I work, I can do that whenever I want. So it's both very nice and also very stressful to run your own business. Also, I'm going to have daily polls up because one of the reasons that I did this, besides that it's going to get me into a more normal schedule again, is that we're trying to, you know, grow the channel. And so I'm going to be asking questions about things that that I'd like some feedback about. Today is the webcam. So it looks like 74% are saying that that a change isn't needed. So that's good. That means, generally speaking, I've had it in a sweet spot. Let me get the bot up. But what about bird law? I'll leave that to Charlie Day. He knows it better than I do. Hey, Inferno, thank you for the $5. So this game came out between Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I know you're playing, you were doing this first, but wanted to let you know it looks better than Dual Destinies, two very different games. That was something that I was worried about when I brought up the question. Of, like, whether or not playing... going from Investigations to this back to Dual Destinies was going to be a problem, and people thought, no, you as long as your like graphics aren't a thing for you in this series, it shouldn't be a problem. So for these games, it's not. I'm significantly more into the gameplay. The graphics are kind of like the cherry on top, so to speak, as long as they don't look like complete garbage. No, I play all the, I'm going to be playing Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice on BlueStacks. They're the mobile ports, but I can play it on BlueStacks on my PC. Because BlueStacks works just like a phone. You pay for the game, and allows you to play the game on the PC. So we'll be all good. I like this theme. I like how it's got a kind of more of a vintage vibe. Okay, so you say check the key configuration. Confirm. Space. Cancel. Let's see, okay. Hey, Polyander, welcome to the student body, much appreciated. Enjoy those custom emotes, and welcome to the stream. So, not for certain buttons, I mean, I just gotta remember history is T. Court record and stuff, that one's easy, because E is generally an action button. Okay, move cursor. We're not gonna... I don't think I want autoplay story mode to be F. Let's make this F. Yeah, make that G. Let's get our rotate evidence. They're these, okay. Look up H. Top 5, 1 5 5 2 6 5 3 6 6 4. He's Grace Attorney 2. Oh, so those are your top 5 cases? Yeah, no problem, Lynch. It is Tom. Hello, by the way. Okay, so it actually seems like a lot of people are saying it's still no change needed is the prominent answer, but we also have over a quarter of the people are saying larger. So I wonder if maybe I could try making it a little larger, and we'll see how that goes. And for the people that said no change needed, we'll get feedback on them as to whether it's now too big or if it's still pretty good. Hey, Dominic, thank you for the $2. Get ready for the best Ace Attorney OST of all time. Well, this is starting off very well. There's one other thing I want to change. I'm not sure if I can change this, but... I can. Okay, good. Oh. There we go. I like this idea. So that's look, rotate is evidence is this, move cursor is over here, history is T, E is, and present, it actually, you know what, let's go, court record should be R. Present E, that makes a lot more sense. Although I'm gonna have to be kind of careful there. Fertile with another $5. Thank you so much. Also won't be here for the first case. No problem with you, but I've watched this case too many times. It's good, but I'd rather never see it again. Hey, it'd be like that sometimes. No worries. No worries. Thank you again for the $5. Okay, I think we're good for the key adjustments. Shall we get into it? Options is F, so I can always... To the first one? That really small one? It's so tiny. It was a mistake. Yeah, if anybody... Okay, so, Discord is really good. The Discord's really good to join for a couple reasons. One, it's super chill, and that's the vibe we like, just like on the streams. Also, there is stream chat for if you want to talk about games that I haven't played yet, or things that would be spoilery, but you want to talk about it with the people in chat. There's a stream chat portion that you can go to and talk about it there instead of having to, you know, talk about it in chat and spoiling something. So, go check that out. Hey, Zach, thank you. Thank you. Still the most fun case I've ever done. Von Karma was such a fun character to give, excuse me, personality to. I did not see what you said about the story mode trip. What was it? Today's stream might not be as long as usual. Might be like an hour shorter. As I'm getting over the flu and I feel freaking terrible. But I appreciate the energy you guys are bringing, making me feeling good. I do have my Dayquil that I'll be taking to hopefully extend, you know, extend the stamina a bit. But yeah, just really exhausted, I guess is the word. Oh, so that's not just like the text box, like the dialogue. That's everything. Yeah, we're not gonna be. That's why I didn't want it at so close to my movement buttons, because I didn't want to press it just in case. So now it's moved over. But yeah, welcome everybody again. They're able to join us for the first time. I appreciate you all coming. We'll be, again, this will be the schedule for the foreseeable future. Oh, excuse me. We're going to be playing the games like this, Neuroscape, stuff like that, 2 days a week, and then the other day will be something else. Right now, that other something's Earthbound. And then there's a little break in between each of the games, but since we're done with Danganronpa, until I want to play Danganronpa S, we're probably going to be getting into the Zero Escape series as well as Ghost Trick. But I know that's a one-off, right? Well, I see that there's spoilers. Good thing that this poll's in the way. I can see like 3 messages at once. I should probably end the poll soon. All right, let's go. Oh shit.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Unrecognizable. Oh. What the fuck was up with that guy's head?
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Look at the overlay. That's the main character! Oh, I love the font and the style there. We are... Wow! Going like hardcore old school typewriter there. Woo! With a great start! Yeah, this that opening sequence was wonderfully animated. I'm not gonna get copyright struck for those awesome anime cutscenes, am I? Because there's no like actual show, right, for this? Seems like there should be though. All right, Supreme Court of Judicature, defendant's antechamber. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? Oh hey, it's like the guard. The old bailiffs there, you can never see their face. He gets an up close profile now. Good for him. Actually, they went downhill. So they had a lot more respect back in the day. And to be fair, their uniforms are a lot better now than they were before. Yeah, no worries. I know there's probably a bunch of people that still haven't played the game. That's another reason why I waited a little bit to play this, to allow some of the people that wanted to jump on that right away to play it, so that by the time I streamed it, more people could watch without, getting spoiled or having to wait then. So. Oh, what? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. That's, you mean alleged murderer. No, not sorry. You mean alleged murderer. Correct yourself. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Naruhodo? Oh, I wonder what that means. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. There's something so awesome and yet so awful about going to a school that has the word Imperial in it. Say what you want about the Imperial Empire in Star Wars. That shit seems kind of awesome. Except for, you know, the whole they're evil thing. There's something about, like, Imperial, that word. Woo! Naruhodo is OIC, understand. Really? 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Yeah, I guess that is sufficiently different from, like, Sodas Nay. Ahsoka. I guess that's more informal then. I would not consider myself an otaku, personally. Not that I'm ripping on anybody that is, but I wouldn't consider myself an otaku. Most of my Japanese knowledge comes from classes, not taking it in high school, not watching subs. And now here I am awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Wow. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Hold up. Whoa, hey there, hi there. No need to escalate things. Put the sword, put it back. Just put it to your side. We ain't need to bring that out just because he didn't say alleged. I'm not that upset. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Wow, this game is beautiful. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this, I'm sorry. Ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by students. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. I don't know how you feel, Tom, but it's like, it's a mild trigger. I'm just gonna have to get over it. But that S, like, gnaws at me. Apologize. Dude, this is Ryu as a student's lawyer. That's amazing. Kazuma Asogi, My best friend, also in his second year at UMA University, but he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. That's very impressive. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's where all this started. Oh, God. No! I thought maybe, because this is a different system now, we would have more time in between the crime and the start of the trial. We did have more time. This is like one extra day. This is one extra day, but I'm never gonna escape this system. Oh, God. Oh, yes, that's where this all started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. Oh, wait, no, that was...
Jesus
fuck.
Fucking, are you kidding me?
Fuck. Congratulations, it looks like you're going to be able to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Really happy for you and proud as your friend. Man, what a good friend. Ryunosuke. He's a bro. He's not those petty jelly friends that, like, they'll say, oh, I'm so happy for you. I grit my teeth, because really, I'm just super jealous. It does look like a dating sim, though. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system, because quite frankly, it sucks ass. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Has anybody said, that might be the most sincerest, oh dear, look at the time I've ever seen in fiction? Because how many times have you ever said, oh dear, look at the time, and you were sincere about like, oh shit, look at the time. As opposed to, oh, I need to get out of this situation right now. The time. Oh well, gotta go, bye. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. You fucking poor pleb. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Yeah, it's gonna be that's gonna be more like Danganronpa then, right? Which was really helpful. Atsugi, may I have a word? Voice? Professor! I didn't know you were coming. Okay, hold on. I keep accidentally hitting the window when I want to look at chat, and it, like, fast forwards the dialogue. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a... Yeah, see, Tom knows. Tom knows. we might need to get a 3 days ago command now.
Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never that for now. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers.
To His Excellency's chambers? Why?
He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result.
Who is this man? Well, he said professor. I think we can take, a semi-wild guess here. I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Yeah. All right then, Rinosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Yeah, isn't everything sort of all of a sudden? Three days in the legal world is almost beyond all of a sudden. Yeah, that professor might be a professor of sorts. This is awkward. Oh, I like how he looks at you while you're thinking that. That's a nice little touch.
If I may?
Yes, sorry?
You must be the defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo, I believe?
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University.
Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. So that had to happen, but we could just go with him? It'll be a LARP! Just come with me. It'll be no problem. Slowdown bot? What do you mean? For chat? Yes. Actually, I think, well, I won't say most courtrooms, but the courthouses I've been in, they all have some variety of judges' portraits. Mostly of judges that have either retired or passed. But every once in a while, you'll see like the Chief Justice will have their portrait up. But yeah, that's I'd say we got a good handle on the poll. Give me more space too. So yeah, we got enough largers that I might try to experiment a little bit, but not like get married to any other idea other than that it's fine right now. Well, 84 votes. Nice. Thank you to everyone that participated. You guys really want slow mode though? I feel like people still want to talk when they talk. It's just I won't be able to get to everybody. I mean, it is faster. I gotta. Sorry, do not be offended if I miss anything you guys say. I'm not used to such a fast chat. That's the main thing for me, is I don't like covering important I don't want to cover anything important on the screen. And if it is covering something important, like very minor, I don't want to be a distraction. I just need to get better at reading chat faster. I'm just not used to it, to be quite honest. If the people that are typing and aren't having everything that they're, you know, having read, like, they're fine with it, then I guess I don't really see a reason to do it. Hi, Meme Dream. This is the new stream time for YouTube, at least.
Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know.
Know what?
Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again.
You know, if you say that again in a sentence, back to back like that, your speaking privileges should be forever revoked. What?
As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances.
I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it! I'm not a murderer.
I didn't say anything about whether you were or not. That's not the topic of this conversation.
I'm sure that's true.
Nevertheless.
Hey, Russell. Thank you for the $5. Sorry for spoiling. I was phrasing a case from a game you did not play with spoiling. Do you agree that Blaze is underrated? Wait, Ablaze? Blaze or Ablaze? Anyways, thank you for the $5. I didn't see the spoiler, so no harm done. Appreciate the $5. Who doesn't enjoy chaining that's together? Oh! Oh! Turnabout Ablaze. The 5th case of the first investigations game? Where did I put it? Where did I put I ranked that. Did I have it in A or B? I don't think I had it in C. I guess I could agree that it's underrated just based on what everybody else thinks of it. I don't know just how disliked it is. I know people generally make fun of Alba at every turn because he's so memeable, but I put it in B. So yeah, I thought it was solid. Just, it had its flaws that were noticeable. We all know which one that was. I did not put it at the bottom of C. It's in C? Okay, never mind. I gotta post that video. I don't even remember what I said about it. Woo! Woo! Yikes. It's not necessarily that the case is long, that it's like that's not necessarily the problem itself. The problem is why it's long. Like, you should, for example, be able to cut that Alba testimony, like, in half. And how much time would that have saved? You know, it's fine if something's long as it doesn't feel like you're doing busy work. Which is difficult to do, but look at 2-4. Look at is it Farewell My Turnabout? That case is even longer than Rise from the Ashes, but it doesn't feel like it because there isn't a lot of busy work in that case. Yeah, they can be good. Just because a case is long doesn't mean it's going to be bad. It's about how you fill that time. He was exhausting to deal with. And you have to understand, there's kind of a recency bias to it, in that when people play that case, the last thing they remember is the Alba testimony because it's what happens at the end. And bad endings can really sour the rest of the experience that might have otherwise been good. Nah, bro. Like, what? Nah, bro. Is that your defense? Oh, I'm glad somebody got some enjoyment out of that.
I can assure you that proving innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial.
Sorry? What do you mean?
You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway.
But then what should I do?
Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Right, so...
As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do.
I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Of course not. Defendant, get your ass in here. Court's about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
I swear if this is a descendant of the other judge, and I have to say I do to taking his hand in marriage, I'm going to throw myself off a bridge. Is there anyone who would be a more annoying husband than the judge? At least Larry, for example, like, buys you shit. I guess the judge might too, but Larry we know is like doting like that. Well, okay, Hero, but that's in a different series.
It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Oh, Tom! Oh, Tom! The sea! The sea!
Gonna turn me into battle-stricken Goku here. Oh, the sea. Oh, the sea in defense. Oh, God. All right, we're gonna get over it. We're gonna get over it because it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's accepted in parts of the world. I must accept that. Dahlia Hawthorne? Okay, fair, Russell. Thank you for the $2. Fair. I have no response to that unless you want to be manipulated into oblivion.
Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours.
They're gonna ask me if I want to represent myself or if I waive the right to counsel. Some variation of that, I'm guessing.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
God damn the bailiffs in this game.
Let the show begin.
Woo! Joshua, thank you for the sub. Wow! These guys are aggressive. Yeah, I'm guessing we're gonna be pro se. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty. See how the first thing he thought about was his friend and not himself? What a guy. What a fucking guy. I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. "9 a.m. See, this is a more regular start time for a murder trial. Fucking 10 a.m. That judge just doesn't want to get up early in the morning. 10 a.m. Fucking kidding me. I mean, I agree, Maxim. The S is better. I am O. On Liquid. I almost just. I almost threw that pill straight into the back of my throat. That would have been a problem because those pills are huge. Look is supposed to be funny, but the shifty wide eyes, he's just like, oh, holy shit, what the fuck's going on? Oh my god. So, this is courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have been the powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. We wouldn't call that a secret trial here anymore. Hey! Knock that off. I think she's just happy that I'm awake. Normally I'm not up till like closer to noon. It would be like a closed or private hearing or trial for part of the hearing, or even sealed. But that sealed more so refers to the records of a closed hearing. Are considered under seal. And if somebody from the public wants to be able to get a hold of them, there has to be a request to open the records that are under seal. Yo, what's up, Jamie? I mean, it makes sense to call it a secret, like, during this time period. I just want to clarify that for those that are curious, that wouldn't be the terminology that's used here. Secret. Pretend like it didn't happen. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. What wind is blowing his... Oh, God. She saw it too. She saw it too. Oh, God. First of all, this judge looks badass. Good for him. But I know we saw that prosecutor, right? God, what voice do I give this guy? I can't give him the judge's voice. It's gotta be something more awesome. The Undertaker voice? I don't want to sound Thanos.
I am inevitable.
No, I was thinking about doing something like maybe like Bad, or even like Godot, but for a character we're gonna see for a very long time, I'm not sure that's a good idea. I could give him, I guess, just a little deeper Southern voice, because with the judge, I normally talk like this. But instead, I can talk a little more like this. Maybe more of a Texas vibe to it. But also not. Not too deep that'll become like grating. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Man, you just gotta feel like, how is that family just... What is your problem? Get down. Get... No, don't paw me. Wolf. Ouchie. Ouchie! You don't get it because you're a dog, but that's hilarious. That is hilarious. God. Okay. I need to do something with her. I'll be right back. You need to go outside or what? Because you are being really obnoxious. Sorry about that. I think it's gonna take a little while for me and her to get into a routine like we had before. Just running outside, eating snow. I know! Snow's interesting. I get it. But we've seen it before. Calm down. Yeah, we got our first, like, significant snowfall, 2 days ago. Like, it's nice and sunny out right now, so a lot of it's, like, melting, but it's still cold, so I didn't want to just, like, leave her outside for a while, because it's just too cold for that. We're soulmates with her. I feel like she's my assistant here. She's like my fucking Maya. Every once in a while, she's like, Twain, burgers, Twain? Burgers? Burgers, Twain. Let's go get burgers. God.
As is his defense.
That is absolutely perfect. Yo, what's up, Lugia?
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial.
Oh wow, you're giving us a whole extra day now.
As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
This is it! This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... Oh, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here besides the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate. I'm sorry?
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Rinosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
You'll be...
What? What are you playing at, Rinosuke? How can you say that line without giving yourself a British accent? What are you playing at, Rinosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. good Phoenix look there. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Get those, let's get those, wait, where are you? Yeah. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
Very similar to, it's a doctor, right? Those who self-diagnose have a fool for a doctor or something like that. Yo, what's up, JMT? Yeah, you have the right to defend yourself, to represent yourself. It's called pro se, where you don't have an attorney represent you. I think someone else mentioned that too, that they expect you to have a better memory here. Which I'm fine with, quite frankly.
Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest question.
Oh, yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Do I have access to... Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But... wait. Oh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. Oh, that's cool that they actually, like, change it based on your, configuration. You ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. We get a pin that says we're a student? Alright. Now, this is a list of the evidence. This is a list of the evidence you've collected. Now, try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. John Wilson. Damn, dog, why you kill John Wilson? Taketsuchi. Is Taketsuchi isn't like the equivalent to Winston, is it? Yeah, we only had ID cards too. Press that R button, damn it! Like, wait, what? Okay, so John Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. Then press E to present.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to UMA University 3 years ago.
Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally.
At present.
And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Such an awesome name! Our Treaty of Friendship! All the other treaties that you see are like, of the place in which we met to discuss the terms. I can't wait till the United States signs a treaty of best bros with England down the line. The Treaty of Homies. There we go. Oh, I'm not saying the treaty doesn't exist. I'm just saying it's awesome that after all these other treaties that I've been introduced to that are just like treaty of location, that we get of friendship and navigation. The Besties Alliance. Just think if the fucking Axis, now I'm drawing a blank like that. The Axis powers were named the Besties Alliance.
You were both undergraduates at the Imperial UMA University, are you not?
Amy Nova. Oh, samurai? Wait, does it samurai just mean samurai? Huh. That's really interesting. Yeah, because I don't think I had come across that name before. Thank you to both Minova and Russell for the $5 and $2 respectively. Good luck with the time change. Hype for this playthrough. My paralegal specific courses start soon, so I'm glad I'll be able to make it during the day. Absolutely welcome and good luck. The fairy tale that would be the fairy tale treaty, right? Like Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. Objection!
This case is coming under...
Oh, God, you got me talking like you all of a sudden. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Not necessarily a just resolution, but a speedy resolution.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. Hey, Dollar, thank you for the $2. Well, at least there's a reason it's being sped up. As opposed to just the system is ass. This one, they're like, we might accidentally sort of break a treaty with England if we don't fix this really fast. So, Just something to keep in mind. Kanji for waiting? Oh, his name?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Hope you don't murder anybody or be accused of murder while I'm gone.
Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, kanji was something that I just, once we got to kanji, I'm like, well, this is where I hit the old dusty trail. Our class, I would say, was highly advanced in speaking and interacting, and very behind when it came to reading. Mostly because people couldn't read kanji for shit. Or, yeah, just, oof. Yeah, there's no wind, and it's just like... The British Empire, wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. See? 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 That's what happens when you interrupt somebody in the middle of their meal. You get accused of murder. Leave him alone. Leave me alone. I don't even want the fucking servers to come up to me after I've gotten my food. How is everything tasting? I don't know. It just got put in front of me. I can't tell you yet. You want to sit and wait for us to have a couple bites so I can let you know that it's good? It's not the server's fault. That's what they're told to do. I never hold it against them. But seriously, please just let me eat. This is bothering me. Also, thank you to, I forget who it was. Somebody noticed that I used the transparency text box. I think it's not anything big, but I think it's a nice little difference compared to just having like a solid box. Yeah, exactly. Just let your teacher you think maybe he doesn't want to talk to any of his students? That's why he's here with not any of his students. Yeah, and he died. It's just selfish. Selfish on Rinosuke's part. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life?
Hey, CJ! Welcome to the student body. Much appreciated. Thank you for joining our YouTube club. Much appreciated. Enjoy those custom emotes.
State before the court the cause of death.
Cause of death? Well, obviously, that was,
Rinosuke, Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. I swear to God, if you tell me you have an updated one, I'm going to lose my shit. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
I love how they basically just showed that, wow, our system isn't nearly as intricate as it is in the United States. Yeah, there were some of those people. I will say there are a couple classmates of mine when they graduated. I'm like, I see them struggling, but they ended up making some good on their career, which is always great to see. Sometimes you just need a switch will just come on, and suddenly you'll start to understand things a little better. Yo, what's up, Dreamer? How's it going? So, a police officer just goes, you got shot. You lost a lot of blood. That's probably why he died. Write it down. That's the evidence. Okay, that person shouldn't. After 4 years? Yeah, they sure look dead to me. That's fine if you don't know that, Amadeus. You're not in training to become a lawyer or a paralegal or anything law-related at this moment. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
A so-called photographic print.
Bet this is the real cause of death. It stole his soul. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
You wouldn't normally have to say modern scientific evidence.
Look at this photographic print. I really enjoyed sepia tints.
Sorry. That's the medication. I'm feeling a little loopy right now. Whew. Oh, okay. Okay. My dog wants to know what's so funny. You wouldn't understand. Bang.
Ba-bow. Hey man, I'm excited. That's something that you guys might have to get adjusted to. With me doing this earlier, I'm probably gonna have, on average, a higher energy level. Not like this. I'm amped today, but again, that's partly because of the medication and all this caffeine I've been drinking, so I don't go to sleep yet, like on stream. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible.
Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
The fuck was that?
Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecutor hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! Of course! When he was speaking to me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? What? Did I read that right? Alright, later, Noah. Enjoy your D&D. Sticking his oar in, boy, let me tell you. Woo. Always has his oar in places they shouldn't be. When rowboating goes wrong. Oh. Whew. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Bruh, his headband is immaculate. You don't... Okay. Also love this. This track is awesome. This sounds like when we had a physical location before we went virtual. This would be the music that was playing as I was like walking in the morning with my cup of coffee. In the carriage going down the road.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Staru Hosono... Wait. Oh, I'm bad. Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will, oh, God, I thought there was an R there. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. Of course, Mum. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, I'm perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. Fits in with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes? That would not have been my response to that. Okay, we'll see where he's going with this, I suppose, but yes did not seem like the appropriate response.
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor besides the professor.
For some godforsaken reason, don't do what he did. Don't do what he did. Why would you do that? Oh, somebody's dead and there's this gun on the ground. Let me pick it up and inspect it. Oh, you there! Oh shit! I've been caught with the gun in my hand. God, that's how you get accused of murder. Man, 40 likes. Thank you, everybody. Let's see. You get a lot of creds. A lot of creds. That's for 40, for 35, for 30. I'm surprised they didn't give him a hold on or hold it. Yeah, it was an Edgeworth moment. I didn't shoot him. Objection! Bruh! Why? Why?
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
The judge will determine what's a petty interjection. See, my dog's not used to me having this much energy. She's mildly concerned. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. There's nothing you need right now. You have food, you have water, you've gone out. Besides a haircut, there's nothing else you require at this time. Maybe some rest. Lay down.
Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. Draw a cross-examination, dumbass.
It is your soul twin.
For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
Ugh. I told you, I took a lot. I did not want to postpone today's stream because I was getting over the flu. I'm like, we're taking all of this cold medication.
If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Objection leading.
Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No.
There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. And I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. There was a woman sitting opposite him at this table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Yes!
Penalize me! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Attention!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. A fraud of what? As a pro se defendant? I mean, fraud as in I'm not the murderer, because I'm not, so I'm just gonna accept what you said and walk out that door. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Just, again, for everyone's clarification, you do not need to be a lawyer in order to defend yourself, pro se. A judge, like I've mentioned this before, if a judge believes that you are not competent to defend yourself, they might force an attorney upon you. I've seen that happen before. They're all cocky jerks until they lose to a rookie, and then they become awful. And their hair, oh god, their hair. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. Wow, waiter with a business card? That's kind of sick, actually. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Which, Tom's right. That's always a really interesting situation. Because it's almost like you're pulling double duty then, which feels really awkward. That would happen to us sometimes as guardian ad litems for parents that decided to represent themselves pro se in CHIPS proceedings. The judge would be like, okay, they don't want an attorney. They're competent enough to tactically defend themselves, so I can't force an attorney on them. So can you just, like, you know, help them figure it out? And I'm like, oh, okay. So then you always have to tell them, like, remember, I'm talking to you not as your counsel. I am adverse. Well, not necessarily adverse, but your interests are not in line with my interests. So, what I'm telling you, you know, you still have a chance to get an attorney. God, that was always fun. I've heard the game is really, really good too. I don't know. It's great so far. The OST is pretty stellar. The visuals are absolutely they're way better than I expected, to be completely honest. Character designs are good.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh,
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him.
Jesus! Dude!
So, the court has now heard I'm gonna be honest, I've never known how to pronounce this word correctly. Precis? That was me last night.
Like, jeez.
Précis? See, Tom, that's what I thought it was too. Apparently it's précis.
The court has now heard a précis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency?
if you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. You brought him in and he provided testimony as an unsworn witness? Huh. Now that I think about it, I suppose I've seen that happen more times than I would have thought. Normally it would be, let's go back to the Chips cases. Let's say that the child was removed from the home and the child is placed with someone else. The court might ask those who had custody, the parents that had custody of the kid at the time, to give the court an update of the situation. That wasn't sworn testimony. They were just telling the court what was up. Now, if things went to an actual trial, though, I would think they would have to be sworn in. If I'm a judge, why would I allow that? Unless I was in a situation like this, I guess, where they want everything to happen very quickly. But see, in the circumstances that I mentioned, that didn't happen in trials. Very interesting. Well, he's not sworn in. What do you think I should do, Cosmo? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. I had an acquaintance that didn't have to be sworn so she wouldn't self-incriminate. If I remember correctly, was that in trial? Because that's just so weird. Like, there are people that do that. You know, I plead the fifth here in the U.S. So that I can avoid self-incrimination. But that seems like that would just be a way around that all the time. Like, okay, well, how about we unswear you in? I'm pretty sure it's not a thing. But let's take it as non-sworn testimony. Then you won't be self-incriminating. That... I think I must not be looking at it the right way, but that seems like that would be a huge loophole to get around that issue that you could just always use if you get them to agree to it. Interesting. Oh, I was assuming that the acquaintance was not the defendant, but rather a witness. Maybe I should have asked to clarify that. But yeah, if that person was the defendant, then it doesn't matter, as Tom pointed out. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. A surprisingly lame statement from this guy. Like, that went beyond my expectations. I could be your angel or your devil. Yeah, he's sitting there like, yeah, I thought of that myself. Ugg is correct. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. What are we talking about in terms of moments here? Can you define moments? A few moments could be right after you just slammed your fan there. It just depends. The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Oh dear. There's that dude with the long head that I was kind of freaked out about. Witnesses, kindly state your names and... Why are we doing two at once? Kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Oh, so he's not German. As I thought he was. He's Japanese. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa, report for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of... Hey, easy. Thank you for the raid. I have no idea why an alien from another world is... What is he doing? I mean, I guess both shoulders are shaking, so it's probably not what I thought. Make sure to go check out Easy's YouTube channel. There's the link. Jump some love. Throwing raid our way. I'd greatly appreciate it. He's just vibrating. Oh, that's not any better. Considering... Oh my... Why is his head a dick? God. Why'd they have to give him that hat? I wish I would have thought chocolate ice cream cone before I thought about dick, but woo. Easy. Oh, the first Mega Man 1. I have a problem of doing that for characters to people. Sass tone about how I ruined Darth Vader in the first Star Wars movie for him. I said his helmet is significantly longer than it is for like the rest of the movies. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, Japan, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Korekuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually make tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He is not known for brevity, though. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? That is an affirmative. The enemy unit was attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. Read it in my voice or in his voice? Oh, I see. You don't have the first. I gotcha. I gotcha. Nice. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sorry, yes, sir. Standing by to... What is that noise? It sounds like a baby. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Korekuta? Korekuta? Unsavory memories of a most aerobic afternoon. I forget, hold on. What was option? Street's T. Yes. Yeah. That will be nice. Game is crying at that dick joke you made. What was it? Acerbic. Oh, that's a C? I was ingesting a regular beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. What is that noise? The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. That's my best Lee Emery. That's the best I could do. Yeah, I totally thought that was an O. That's why, like, I read the word and I was like, aerobic? Like, that's weird. Okay, well. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in where an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor like a fucking idiot. Well, it's especially gonna drive me insane. I don't know what it is, and it always pops up when I'm talking, and I kind of want to wait for it. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who the criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Boy, do I love my conclusory statements without substance. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my... yes. Well, then let me finish. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. Can't object to the ability to cross-examine. What kind of fucking kangaroo court is this? The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Truth. Oh, fuck, he caught me in my terrible lie. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Man, that death slam puts Phoenixes to shame. Let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Lucy was unamused. Unamused. It's Ryu. It's Ryu. All right then. It's all or nothing. A regulation beefsteak. Oh, you just have 5 strikes? Oh, fuck. Okay, there we go. I went back, not forward. I want to go back! I guess I have to press A and D. Yeah, I think A is what I need to press. The left arrow, I was clicking on the left arrow and it did nothing. The goggles do nothing. Okay, yeah. Scroll wheel. This is like the longest post-testimony discussion in any of the games that we've had. Makes sense that it would be early though, just so you get the gist of the game. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like, even though that makes no fucking sense. Yeah, okay. A and D work fine.
Yes!
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. All right then, this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. Yeah, in most courtrooms they'll have there are like side rooms that they will sit in. Time Lords? That's as good an explanation as I've heard. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, sir, I see. Thank you, sir. So next question. Why does he keep raising his hand? This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict. Atone for your crimes, and when you're released... and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. I'll raise my hand again. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Thank you! I thought I was going crazy and I just kept missing something. Oh my god. Whew. Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Well, at least we learned he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Alright, later, Devin. Oh my god. We don't hear anything, Twain. You're just fucking nuts. He does look like Jameson from Spider-Man. Except his hair is a little sharper. I have no idea what you're talking about. A Koban boy? A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? Edo? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period, entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hopes of an affluent cognoscente? I don't know that word. Cognoscente? I have no idea. Yo, what's up, like Gazer? Secreted? That's not even a fucking word. The affluent connoisseur appraised of its indisputable value being present. Just go with that. So you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, who you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear. Hey, I was asking the witness, motherfucker, not you. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban coin. Is that so? Well... You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. Well, I know what secreted is. I mean, CJ spelled it as secret-id. That's why I was like, what? Or how human body secretes various hormones, many other things. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Now I'm confused. It's putting my English knowledge to the test. Which is ironic, isn't it? It's talking about early 20th century Japan.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative, I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. Look how he looks down like, wow, that sucked. Anyways, but that's impossible. Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Ah! And double R! My sixth sense... Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I've got where I... Do you think I've gotten where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Hey, Beth. Shenanigans! Okay. Who called shenanigans? So he didn't see anything.
Yes!
So this black uniform university cadet, you're saying that was... Ah! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet! Who else you see around here in black uniform, huh? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits that description as well. It was you, you little weasel! You unload the firearm on that man! From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me! What is it, Rinosuke? I'm not quite sure, but there's a contradiction here because they said he was shot in the chest. There's a hole in his chest and it didn't pass through the body, so couldn't have possibly shot him in the back. Duh. Something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Yeah, I might have gotten a little too excited there.
Yes!
Yeah, save that for the benchroom, not this court of law. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting this wad of papers in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
Ugh, what nonsense. What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
I'm literally the defendant, so there obviously is a place for me. This is so frustrating! Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's get our Edgeworths out. Also, yes, this is a sick theme. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at this post-mortem report presented by the defense. that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. You are the entire circus. Edge Lodge.
What?
Look at it. He does kind of vaguely have Edgeworth's hairstyle. Vaguely. Is he to be our Edgeworth? Phoenix is Miles? Sergeant Yesanosa. Yesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. But no. Yes, but no. That just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because, as is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim. That was like well timed. Poorly timed in such a wonderful way. All right, later, M-Boy. Have a good one. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? He's just like, oh my god, why? It was a baby! What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it back down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Wait, Maria or Mariah before you leave? Just so I don't get that wrong. 50 likes. You guys are awesome. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? That was not a baby. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Thank you for the clarification. You take it easy. Thanks for watching.
Actually.
Nin has a great actually emote that I love to steal. Him like, it's got like the anime glare. Yes, sir, at this juncture that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. Look at these words he's using, these powerful words. Reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Ugh, that's absurd.
He just said so. What are you saying is absurd?
Actually.
Well, we're definitely gonna have to get an emote for this series at some point, the Greatest Attorney series. Because all the other ones we have, obviously, from Investigations and then the other games. But I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. Okay. You and I are gonna have a talk. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Got him. Yeah! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Do they really have that term there already? He's just talking about how new the being a lawyer was. She's just fucking... She keeps jumping on me. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoy Erikoban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoy treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The kobold vanished?
Hunting around under the table I was. Should I give him hunting around under the table I was? Fucking God. In case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. It was, well, it's Yoda, but the problem is my throat's already like, Trying to do that voice would absolutely destroy me. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard is inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ricochet Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? I like all of these themes so far.
Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly examine the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as a cuticle glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Ugh. God. That's boogers. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Almost discharged isn't discharged! Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishmen. Over and out.
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at its table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Why is nobody looking at me?
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one playset.
I mean, somebody else could possibly have been sitting across from him.
Certainly based on the appearance at this point, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Oh yeah, I mean, if Maki could do it without dislocating both of his shoulders. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. A witness's testimony we have just heard leaves no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. Oh, whoops. To think that I, think that I, Taketsuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of those two great empires is an honor.
Which is absolutely ridiculous because law is not supposed to be about politically motivated decisions. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examination. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
It's the point of rules, but yeah. Please tell me you said... No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink.
Oh, it's not. You didn't have to blink at all.
So there you have it.
That's some circular nonsense. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all. Let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korikuto-san?
Is that where he died? Not even facing the table. Can I? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Can we... I'm guessing not. Like, flip it over? Bullet did not pass through. Loss of blood. I mean, then, how do they not see the waiter? The waiter said he came out after the gun shot, right? Well, the table would be there, but he would be facing... He's facing like this way. Oh, wait. What if that wasn't his table? But how would I show that?
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
Hey, Azalea. Doing great. How about you? Got that midday energy. I just finished drinking my coffee and was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At that exact moment, gunshot rang in my ears. Well, events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as well as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
Oh, good to hear. Good to hear. how's that road to 6K faring? Last time I checked, I think you were at like 5.7 or something like that. K subs. Like, oh, that's not going to take very long for her to get to 6 then. Must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Unban. Okay. Wrath. God, this list is so much longer now because of the stupid bots. Here we go. I didn't think you guys had banned anybody yet. I just saw a bunch of timeouts. Which I would be fine with, but I don't think you can without, like, having access to my account, right? $5.9. Oh, yep. You're almost there. Hopefully you get there soon. Congrats. How is the other one unbanned? I agree, because, like, in order to unban them, then I have to do something as the streamer? Like, the point of mods is so that they can take care of things while I focus on streaming the actual content. That function, or lack of function, interrupts that the usefulness of that. Oh, I see, because you can yeah, they can unban. The problem is that if they don't see the person's name, then there's no way for them to unban that person without going all the way back in the stream. That's what we're talking about, Easy, not the ability itself. The mods have the ability to unban. Or at least I have the permission set up so they can.
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Why there'd be more people dining there at the time? Someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hot a clinic? Hot a clinic. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple.
The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think, Rinosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Submit everything!
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Good Lord.
How dare they assert their rights? It is most disturbing. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kodakuta-san.
Record. Oh, can I not look at it?
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only one single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
Man, that had to have been a pretty fucking tender-ass beefsteak for him to use a butter knife to cut through it. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before, it's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have no idea. It better be wine. Fuck that grape juice bullshit.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What'd you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo. Hey Russell, welcome to the student body, the graduate level. Much appreciated. Enjoy those custom emotes. Thank you for the support.
Fortunately for you, bro, you're about shit out of luck.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
Oh, you mean his unsworn testimony? That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
Such a woman were indeed present at the scene. The prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Rinosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changed minds. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space. You take a closer look at the piece in question. Yeah. I had sworn I tried pressing space on it and it wouldn't let me examine it. So I wanted to read it. Because otherwise it seems kind of worthless. WASD. No, it's not your fault. I must have like either not pressed the button with enough force, or I don't know, maybe this has to trigger before you can examine this particular piece of evidence, since like they talk about this one specifically, whereas the other ones they didn't really talk about. We just were able to look at them anyways. You now move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. He has to say, press the space bar, and then you're like, oh, the space bar. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. That this tutorial just had to be shown first, which is fine. So it didn't have a magnifying glass, but it's weird that you could still examine the other piece of evidence. The crosshairs start to pulsate. Press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there's something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. See if you find anything that pulsates. All right, I'll see what I can do. Well, hello there. What are you, folded pieces of paper? Piece of paper? Come on, can we just... All I want to do Just turn it. There we go. There we go. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. You guys have opium, don't you? Or did that not make it to Japan from China? There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Alright, no problem, Azalea. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. How did that even happen? Oh, I wonder if my controller's on. So, my PS4 controller was on the table, and it just fell off. I was like, how'd that happen? Well, that might have caused a vibration if the controller's, like, functioning right now. Oh, she didn't do anything. She looked up like, the fuck? She had the same reaction I did. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind, considering he was eating an hour after his, This new information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! Not opioids, though. I'm not talking about, like, fentanyl or anything like that. I'm talking about, like, opium from, like, the 1600s. It's gotta be even before that. As a drug. Well, I'm not even sure if it was illegal in China. All I know is they did a lot of opium. Whoop.
Yes!
Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Rinosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. That's not great advice for lawyers, by the way. Just say it! I mean, copium comes from the opium. That's interesting. I thought opium or China's where opium, like, where they got their supply of it, as opposed to them pushing it onto them. But interesting. No, my understanding is obviously very mistaken. But yeah, in any case, regardless of which way that occurred, we don't really know what happened with Japan. I'm guessing since a lot of that was during the Tokugawa, wouldn't have been during the Tokugawa shogunate era? So you would think that there wouldn't have been any coming into the country, now that I think about it. The Copium Wars. I feel like that's all Twitter is. Ah, tea. Tea is always the center of some shit that's going on. Interesting. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's, remember, Inosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. That is good advice.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have— What?
It would be up to the judge, I would think. Oh, excuse me. Ouchie is actually pretty bad. Like, most of his arguments are just conclusory statements that he's with, like, he's very circular.
It is this way because I say it's this way.
Because it is. That's horrendous argument. It's a horrendous argument. Urban Indian trade. Maybe I'm thinking of the Indian traders. Interesting. Need to brush up on my history. Do you really believe that? Wait, well, this is... The medical record has nothing to do with the... Wait, yeah. The medical record has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What?
No, that can't.
Korekuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Ugh. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Hell yeah, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? Hey, Russell, thank you for the $2. Hottie Clinic, Field Clinic. Yeah, I saw Hada and I'm like, oh no. Oh no. But why? 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 Why do we have to name it that? I don't know. It seems so unnecessary.
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Yes, most definitely.
So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? Court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, right? Yeah. All right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There's no such person.
Yes! Me! Manfred von Karma! There was, because I saw her! When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly.
Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you will be charged with perjury.
Congratulations!
It exists! It exists! It is canon! Perjury is canon! Perjury? What? What's that word? I've never heard it before. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. complicit in murder? No! Yeah, they got. But later on, they're like, ah, fuck it, that perjury thing just gets in the way. Negative. There was no mention of this at the technical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. As this man says, just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oops. Well. Oh. Oh, what? What did you just say, Korikuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Where's the court stenographer that's typing on that gigantic typewriter? It's go. Oh, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this?
You can't go objection. What is the meaning of all this? That's not an objection.
These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair of ball sacks?
Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator. God. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Rinosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. I mean, does he look like a guy who has influence? What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witness keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this,
Well, Your Excellency? No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head, into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Why would he have influence as a waiter?
Yes!
Okay, so it wasn't him. That didn't really make sense narratively, but I was like, okay, how can it be the waiter? Unless he's really not a waiter, I guess. Wince in pain. Let's go! It's the waiter. First of all, waiter doesn't have a fucking business card. Second of all, oop. Oh, they'll let us turn it around now? Shit, they turned the card around! My whole plan is foiled! Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name, that's sort of the point. Hey, wise ass, shut up and listen. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job, oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hos... How would the judge not know this? Chief Inspector? And the judge is like, ah, yes, this person is clearly a waiter from the restaurant. Yeah, I've seen you wait at that restaurant before. Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Is it Gabriel Caro? Gabriel Caro? Thank you for the sub.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier? How do you not know who the fucking chief investigator... Oh, okay. Poppycock. How do you not know? That seems extremely unlikely. With how closely the prosecution in Japan works with the police. Well, just think of it this way. So we're talking about the check the evidence statements. As a chat, you just don't need to say it. Because look what happened. Look what happened. So let's say I was thinking, oh, so I thought they would prompt me to say, hey, let's look at the evidence, then look at the evidence, then we choose somebody. But obviously they didn't. They expected me to look at the evidence in the middle of the dialogue, which I think is weird. But when I got the person wrong, they went through a whole nother string of dialogue where it says, I need to make sure I check the evidence, which is like a reinforcement. So it's just like, the games are pretty good, I would say, at letting you know when you need to do that. So anything beyond that's just extra. That's my reasoning behind the rule, at least. It did say it, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, the game told me in Ryunosuke's last statement that, oh, we need to, or Kazuma said it.
What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. Well, if he truly were.
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Right, Holicha. Oh, it's just, there's just no need to say, check the evidence. Well, of course. If I don't realize it soon enough, the game's going to tell me to do it. Just isn't necessary. Let's just put it this way. If what the, as a rule of thumb, if you're suggesting an action, I don't want to be suggested actions unless I specifically ask to be suggested actions. Check blank. Maybe you need to look at blank. Maybe you should talk to. All that's a suggested action. No suggested actions. No suggested actions. That's the, like, I guess most concise. I could fit all of that into one term.
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. Nice.
Beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Oh, God. Yeah, that's two sides to the paper. What? What? The back of the front of the back.
Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card, which is an extremely stupid thing for him to have done. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely...
Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well. Oh, shit! That's that evil-ass pipe organ shit! It's like a more evil version of Courtney's. In terms of, like, the vibe. Gantz is playing it with the gigantic organ in his office. Oh, God. Inspector Hosnaga. Truth theme. The truth theme. Excellent. I'm glad we'll get to hear this more often. Thank you for the $2, Dominic. Truth theme hype! Oh yeah, that's right. Emma knew how to play. Emma playing on Gant's pipe organ. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle, but I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must... I was working undercover, you moron. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosnaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was, in fact, another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I'm guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I mean, she was obviously the killer. I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil, to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! No shit, Herlock. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosma? UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first? Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezebel Brett. No, it's Giselle Brett. Jezebel, but yeah. I just read it. A Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical faculty. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter is as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Let's go! This judge is fucking awesome!
Fuck your political premises.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would be missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Taste this big dick!
Ugh. Inspector Hosanaga.
Yes, sir?
You will locate this Giselle Brett. Escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Well, except for this deadly virus that I'm carrying. Nothing will get in my way.
Are you sure? Your health, your physical health seems like it might actually get in your way.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency, Good. Then there will be a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Yeah, Jesus, that dude is bleeding from the mouth and he's like, nothing will stand in my way. Like, dude, you might have something that'll stand in your way. Let's just call a spade a spade. Oh, that's the autosave. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Hey, hey, hey. I had my first gray hair before the age of 29. Now are they streaks like his? No, but stress can do that sort of thing to you. Yep, that's always a good way to sum it up, Trep. Yeah, so like this would be a good place to stop in terms of like just to be continued, restart, whatever. But normally we'd be going for another 15 minutes. And since I actually like still have a tiny bit of energy before I feel that inevitable crash which is coming, I'll need more cold medication. I figure we might as well just go with it. I do not care for that sound effect. No, I don't like it. First impressions. Okay, sure, we can do that. The characters are very interesting, very well characterized with the added animation capabilities. The aesthetics of the game are wonderful. Love the soundtrack's amazing. Sounds so much more, and obviously the DS is going to have its limitations. It just sounds more like, because it sounds more actually orchestral, there's more epicness to it. At least that's how I generally feel with stuff like that. Outside of like really crazy good MIDIs like Mega Man or something like that. I like our character. I kind of see. I'm actually kind of trying to portray the characters in a certain way. I see Ryunosuke as like my noob. Feel like I don't know what I'm doing. Feel a lack of confidence self. And then Kazuma as like my self that is confidence and feels like knows what he's doing, because these both exist simultaneously inside of me at all times. It's just a matter of which one are we going to run into. So that's kind of how I'm trying to portray them so far. Having the pain was a nice little treat. I wasn't expecting that, though maybe I should have. And the judge is awesome. Woo! 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 So yeah, I mean, this game's long, isn't it? So, I mean, it because this game is very long, I still would like to try to push as much, as much time on it as possible. That, and you guys have been fucking awesome today with your support. I'd hate to end it early instead of giving you guys everything you deserve. So yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going for a bit longer. Although I still want to know how the hell his bandana continues to flow in a wind that doesn't exist. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. I get what he's saying. It's still weird to read it, though. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with them, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. I have amazing observational skills. I feel like that's something. The waiter ran over to me, holding. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. He bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. There you are. There you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I'd have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being canceled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways.
What are you saying, Kazuma?
Wait, what are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma!
Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
I'm gonna think of it. He said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I need you to get.
Of course. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Not a Sama. I'm still in high school, silly. Can't be a Sama.
Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then fairly sure I'd have already been found guilty by now. This track's sake. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Yeah, he'd probably... Well... No, it's really... Because it's a really complicated case. Detectives can have some amount of immunity in undercover operations for certain bad acts, we'll call them. But this one... He wasn't really doing it in the capacity of being an undercover waiter. Did it in it as a direct order because of political means. I mean, yeah, if there were similar political motivations, then there's no way to really say for sure. Because that, as we can see, can have horrible influence, which is why politics have no place in a courtroom. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Ah, good old University Street. All college towns have a University Street.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. What the fuck are you sorry about? Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed.
Just stop.
Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on.
Truth. Truth.
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is that what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You jumped up rookie boy! I don't know how to insult people very well, sorry.
You and your friend know nothing, Jon Snow. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what we will secure our future. Wait. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Just vibrated on the floor again. Well said, Rinosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. Hell yeah. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. Of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Good lord, dude! Have you no shame?
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Well, you're doing it now too? Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation to the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at
Yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Rinosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please?
So she's speaking in English, right? Dahlia Hawthorne 2.0. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little... Also, thank you for the $2, Russell. I was a little disappointed that it wasn't more of like a direct Dahlia ripoff now. She's speaking in cursive, and that's even like, what? I can't read that shit. I can't read that shit.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Blah 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 blah.
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty. Wait, is it? Yeah, faculty. The doctor. Man, no lie. That's the worst fucking penmanship I've ever seen is when when a doctor gives you a script and you look at it, you're like, did you... Are these like race cars or something?
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Ha ha. Yeah, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You're clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Rinosuke.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
Oh, Dr. Wilson. Yeah. Dr. Wilson. She says yes. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? Japanese. Yes. England. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Cast your eyes over this photographic print!
It just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Student. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Damn it, I'm gonna get one of these right.
Do you mean to say...
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Okay. There is some room for doubt. But holy shit, are we just gonna believe that this woman had nothing to do with the murder after the dude admitted that he concealed her presence? Oh, God. And that she was the one who was meeting with the professor. She was the one in front of him, and he was in back of him, and he got shot in the front. Wow, okay. Just suck the English cock. I get it. Rats in the way. Yeah. That is a large hat.
Shot the victim in cold blood. Is she supposed to? Is that swan imagery on her? Am I seeing that right, or is it a different bird? Like is it like a crane? No, it's not a crane. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolute conclusive witness statement. That is not. Did you hear it, Judge? Did you hear what they just? Fuck out of my courtroom. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. It is a swan. Cranes aren't that bulky. That's what I thought. I thought cranes were skinny, frailer looking than swans. Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. That's our testimony. That's enough. She says yes. I actually find it quite interesting that there's more of this, that there's another translating. Because, I mean, it happens more in court than you'd think in America. It's because we have so many, different ethnicities, nationalities, etc. here. So it happens here more frequently than it might in other places. So this is 2 out of how many cases? That we've had so far? 9, 14, 18, 28? So 2 out of 28. I would say that's probably half of my personal frequency in which I had a case where a translator was needed. So for me, it was 1 out of every 7 cases. For here, from what we've seen here, this has been 1 out of every 14 cases. Yeah, the Lamoir and Maki. So we didn't even get anything up until Apollo Justice. So they actually, you could read it if you could read cursive. I think that makes sense. Because she isn't actually writing cursive. I mean, she is, but it isn't really. Just kind of looks like it. That's how I sign my signature. It's that's vaguely my name. But is that actually my name in cursive? No. But yeah, so this is something that personally I'm more used to, I'm more used to this. So it's interesting in that Rinosuke mentioned, oh, this might take a while. And I bet some people would see this back and forth of having to talk. It might be tedious, but I'm more used to it, so I'm less likely to actually find this sort of thing irritating in any way. Just to, not that it might not affect anything ultimately, but just something I thought I'd share. That's something where I'm not gonna play this and be like, oh god, you're taking forever, because I've had it happen in real life, and you gotta get over that. But Trillo and Ben were both talking in English. It's kind of like the nurse and her grandma. She was just talking low, but she was still talking in a language you can understand. I mean, it's easier for comedy when it's illegible. All right, but yeah, that seems like a good place to start. Right before the testimony. We're a little over 4 hours. We'll be back. For me, it'll be Friday.
We're gonna try to set up a bot so that in the Discord it'll have the proper time set up. But again, for me, it's 10 a.m. So it's gonna be starting at the same time we started this stream. So whatever time that is for all yous wonderful peoples around the worlds, that's when we'll be doing it again. And yeah, tomorrow I'll play Earthbound. So for those that want to come around and hang out in a non-Ace Attorney setting, that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. This is a nice RPG that I don't have to like play every day, so that we can get something to break up the monotony. Because I wouldn't be able to do this 3 times a week. If I did this 3 times a week, I'd feel more like, wouldn't feel, I don't know, it's kind of strange. Like, I don't feel like much of a gamer specifically, or generally, I guess. Like, I need that variety for me, at least. But yeah, oh, absolutely. Thank you, everybody. That was, oh shit. That's fine. I'll have to think about what word she's going to say. What was options? F? Yeah. Where can save? Where can I save? Right there. And now we'll have music to come back to when we start the next stream. Not a gamer. Not a gamer. Streamer's not a gamer. Then I guess the other thing is, I do enough law in my work. It'd be nice to do something that isn't law, one of the days at least, you know? 69 likes, well, baby. You know what that calls for, right? And 70? What was the last one I gave? It was like 50, right? So, hold on. Ignore that.
Congratulations!
Yay! I think we had something similar to this in Apollo Justice's first stream. There we go. You get the bonus because we hit 69, obviously. They should release new funny numbers. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But the thing with 69 is it's not just a funny number, it's a sexy number. This guy's got both going for it. So I personally don't get sick of it, but I can understand when people are like, oh god, 69, 420, whoa. But yeah, let's get some new fun. 18, 13, and 3. Or was it 12? 11037, there you go. Alright, so yeah, lots of people to thank today. Thank you to Russell for joining the student body and all the wonderful donations. Much appreciated. Same to Dominic. Thank you for the donos. Thank you to CJ for joining up as well. The student body. Thank you to Binoba for the $5. Thank you to Infernal Disdain for the donos as well. Thank you to Polyander for the for joining up the student body as well. Maxim for re-upping his membership with the like 7 megabytes of data he had left. But yeah, you guys are awesome today. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to this new schedule change. I feel like it's gonna inject me with some energy that had been kind of slowly decreasing over time just because of that sort of schedule being kind of outrageous to, you know. But yeah,
We'll be back with more of this on Friday. So I hope to see you guys then. Again, if you want to hang out tomorrow some more, we'll be doing Earthbound. So it'll be a nice chill stream. Otherwise, I'll be working on... Oh, one thing I wanted to mention. One new thing I wanted to mention. If you're a member... First of all, if you're a member, if you join the student body and you join the Discord, make sure your YouTube is linked up with your account because it will give you access to the... It like automatically applies the membership role, which gives you special access to the membership area. And I'm not gonna do this every day I'm editing, but there will be a couple times a week where while I'm editing a VOD, like right now I'm working on the first chapter of Trials and Tribulations, where I might stream on Discord in the like VC and people can come and hang out and talk and whatever while I'm editing. So that's a new thing that we'll be doing in the member section. So man, we got to 75. You guys are awesome. I need bigger macros. But yeah, so we'll be back for another 4 hours of this case probably. So thanks again. Awesome support today. I really appreciate it. This is gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I promise I'll be a little less amped on Friday, a little less silly, but still try to be funny. That balancing act. All right, everyone, you have a fantastic rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Stream is adjourned. That's the end of that. Hello.